happened to this one? This got destroyed by animals? Is that what the wolves were doing? How did that happen? Oh, I totally missed that. You would have thought the guards would have just defended. Here we go again. Okay. This time they were just scared away. I do find it strange. It's like they don't stop pathing. Is that what it is? Maybe they're not cleaning up the waypoints. I've been aware of that for a while, but I've just been kind of ignoring it for some reason. But I suppose I should look into that. So the guards... Why are they running towards the guards? Okay, I think I'm ready to fix some of these bugs. I'd say that's the most major one. So I guess it has something to do with switching directly from attacking to fleeing. Oh, wait. Isn't it? Path end. Ah. What is it? Oh, this is... What the fuck is this? Switch target to nearest threat. Uh-huh. Okay, this one's fleeing. Okay, well, this is here. Is it possible that... Because I think they were attacking a tent, right? Oh, a sec. Yeah, but there is no separate... I mean, well, it's true, there's other ways that they can leave the attacking state. And we're not removing them from the... combatants list. Oops. Okay, I see. So they were only being removed from the combatants list if they stopped attacking because they decided to flee? Not if they stopped attacking for any other reason. But they would still need to be removed. Although I suppose it could mean that they get removed and then instantly re-added, but there's nothing I can really do about that. Other than, well, I wouldn't want to... Yeah, this is the best I can do. Okay, well that's that. Cross that one off the list. Well, what about the moose? They can also attack. Oh, the moose is all good. Interesting, just the other two. Okay. So that's one bug. Down. This is the weird one though, this kind of this pathing, strange pathing behavior. So the threat level changes. Let's do it here. Threat level changes. We're gonna Oh, I'm just not running the pathing code. That's what's going on here. I just need to run this script, and I don't think I even need to change old state. Right, because we've just changed state from attacking to fleeing. So old state would have been attacking already. That would have been set previously. And then state changes to flee, so state no longer equals old state, so this will be run. It's a bit weird. It's like a there's probably a better way to do it where I don't have to do that. But it was never intended to be used like this, actually. So a lot of this stuff is just kind of a bit of a hack job. We're gonna have to wait for the next game for clean code, I think. I'm in too deep now. I was thinking about it this morning though, like how I imagine I would use structs to do things more efficiently. I think I'm starting to get a vision for it. But I doubt that I'll ever refactor this stuff to use structs. Probably just try and power through and get it done. Okay, so that should be it, and we just need to do the same for the others. Anything that can go from attacking to fleeing. That's nice, because in my mind I was a little bit thinking like, oh, this is something that'll never get fixed, you know? Just like something that's out of my control, but nothing's out of my control, because I wrote the whole game. Okay, wolf, and then... No, wait. I don't think these guys do that. Well, they do. Okay. There you go. I mean, the foxes will literally never attack the humans. They'll never be on the combatants list in the first place. So that's not necessary. Yeah, these guys don't have anything like that. It's a bit different. They only engage in ritualistic combat. Okay. So that should be... I just basically forgot to run the pathing function. That's nice. That should be taken care of. So when the hunters are hunting something, they don't like switch targets to the nearest thing. Maybe I want like an instant update, similar to with the combat stuff. We toggle it to an instant update. Oh, should I do this for all the animals? Excuse me, probably. So luckily I already have what I need for the humans, but I would have to modify the existing code for the animals, I think. Trackers update, just like instantly updates all the trackers. can just pull out this bit. And then run that inside of the stalking state. Is there some issue with this? Potentially with them like shooting one target and then switching, and so they wound one creature and then they switch to a different creature and shoot that one instead, rather than focusing on taking down a specific creature. I suppose that would be the issue. So we'd kind of want to prevent them from switching targets if they've already injured one target. That's not super easy for me to... Well, I mean, just don't let them switch targets if their current target is bleeding. So it's a little bit... Maybe I'm not going to do this right now. Oh, so I do actually know if they've fired an arrow or not, because it's stored in a... Although I don't think that variable's ever cleared, actually. So they would always contain a value of like the old arrow that they shot ages ago, potentially. So that's not... It must be cleared. It must be, because I'm referencing this arrow equals no one thing. Maybe... So the arrow clears itself off of that tracker when it destroys itself, before it destroys itself. Hey Vladdy, welcome back. How's it going? the de-aggro range again. Perception times 2. Wouldn't it just be de-aggro? We have a de-aggro radius. Why is it different from that? I mean, that would help. That would help. 'Cause right now they're de-aggroing at like 90. I think I'll do that. But they won't de-aggro if there's still like an arrow in flight or if the target is bleeding. Right. Okay, so if we were to do this... So we'd put this here, and we would say if target dot bleed false and arrow no one. They can't switch targets if they've already fired an arrow. They can't switch targets if they've already hit something and it's bleeding. We don't want them to switch targets if it's dead or harvested, so maybe we should add those as well. Otherwise, they might shoot something, kill it, and then start hunting something else instead of harvesting the first thing, I guess. But it does look kind of strange when the hunters are like stalking something and it runs away, and then there's like another deer stood right next to them and they're not hunting it. They're still trying to like sneak after the one that's moved away. And we gotta make sure that we disable this one, so basically, I mean, should we do instant update tracking in the hunting state as well? it would make sense because, you know, say we've got like 120 prey animals in the map. It's going to take them 2 seconds to scan through all of those and determine which one's the closest. They could be like hunting. They could be right next to one that's in range, but they're not aware of it because they don't think that's the closest one until this tracker updates. But if we were to do it that way, then this becomes completely redundant, actually. And we just run the instant update trackers when they're hunting, basically. Well, I guess we can try it. It's a much simpler sort of solution. We just fully disable these this one, and harvestable creatures. So we still do it that way. Kind of crazy. It is what it is. We could just they have to make their stealth check, right? It's a tricky one because, like, I've seen it happen before. Actually, you can have your hunters can like walk straight through a wolf den, and the wolves can't see them because they're essentially like succeeding. They're automatically succeeding their stealth checks until they see something and then start stalking it, which is when they actually make like a real stealth check to sneak up on it. And so they could be stood next to a bunch of wolves, and then they roll a stealth check and get attacked immediately. Weird stuff like that can happen. It's just kind of weird that, like, they're technically invisible whilst they're hunting until the moment that they decide to start stalking something. But it's kind of just how it has to work. I suppose we don't necessarily need to return to idle. We could make the stealth check here and pass directly into the stalking state without passing through idle in between. But this is what this is what we do currently. Okay, well, I don't know about all that. Right. So this is, yeah. Basically, as soon as the hunters start hunting, as soon as they're in the hunting state, they start instantly updating the nearest prey tracker. Which is slow. It's bad for performance, but Yeah, and I suppose the thing is, if we want all of the other prey animals to work in this same way, that could have a bit of a negative effect on performance. And we do okay during combat, I guess. But theoretically, you could have like hunters hunting at the same time as animals are hunting, at the same time as some combat is happening somewhere, or multiple conflicts taking place simultaneously. That's theoretically possible. Could be pretty slow. Suppose all we can do is try. If I do this for the humans, then I want it to be consistent for all of the creatures. So I guess we have to just try that. So we have this. Food source 0. Oh my god. Well, yeah. Comment this out and state hunt. Maybe we do need to go directly from stalking into pouncing, or from hunting into stalking. I'm just thinking, because if I mean, it's not going to be cleared, but technically the tracker will not be updating anymore once they return to the idle state. I don't see it being too big of a deal, but maybe it would still be better if we did. Well, let's just try this first. I mean, it might be terrible for performance, we might not be able to do it. And then we can see if we need to do that. So that's actually smart how that is built into the other one. I don't know why the humans aren't like that. Oh, shit. distance. I hope I still have that set up on these objects. I'm going to use this distance. Distance. Nearest prey is going to be updated directly. It's not going to be put onto a temporary thing. Do you even need this bit when we're doing it this way? I'm not sure. Possibly. Seems like it's still there for the humans, so... Oh, I can grab this number while I'm here. Wait, what? What am I doing? Am I in the wrong object? What is this? This is the one. This is... No, this is... It's actually correct, but why am I not updating distance? I just forgot to copy paste it, I think. Okay, I better just get something to drink. I'll be right back. could have kept that, actually converted it into a while. So whatever. While goes here. Okay, that's fine, because it always is undefined, except for when we're in this while loop. As long as because we're not toggling anything. But with the ones where we toggle it, we have to make sure that we set that to undefined so that it doesn't ever get stuck at some point. See, this one does go directly from the stalking state into the pouncing state. There's no target switching in here at all, though. Wait, why was there target switching for the humans then? Was it? Or is there not? I guess if there was, oh, maybe there's not. No, there isn't. There isn't. Okay. Well, yeah, I actually have to make that. Of course. Well, yeah. Do I need a range check on that? I think I might. We don't need too much more than that because we stop updating nearest prey if like any of these things are not true. Or I could just put that in the same if statement to be safe. It's reusable. Oh wait, okay, so
Toasty.
Lonely Heart Alley, thanks for the follow, I appreciate that. Scared the life out of me. Okay. So we're disabling this one now. When the bear is hunting, it's going to be updating the... Oh, be right back. Okay, right. So the bear is going to be updating nearest prey whilst hunting, and enters the stalking state. Do we still want it to do that? I guess so. All the way up to like the pouncing state. .2 hours? I can never remember. I don't think so. So I think the animals are actually a bit simpler than the humans. So we just... What is this? We just kind of drop those into the hunting and stalking states. And then once they've decided to pounce something, that's it. Then they just pounce it. Oops, that's the wrong one. What am I doing? Stalking? Hunting. That's it, okay. So, as soon as they start hunting, they start instantly updating the tracker. They will switch targets to the nearest prey all the time whilst hunting. Same while stalking, up until they actually pounce something. So the only problem possibly being that they will return to idle in between hunting and stalking. And I mean, I guess it hasn't really been an issue before, and the tracker would be quite slow to update, taking a second or two. And it hasn't really been an issue. I don't see how it's much different from just not updating the tracker when they're not in those states. We're not clearing it. I think it should be okay. So things should be more responsive with the hunting now, assuming I've done everything right. HTN, what? It's not a wolf thing? That's crazy. Oh my god, I got a headache. I feel like a headache for 3 days in a row. I don't know what's going on. It kind of makes sense, but I think I want to make it so the animals stop attacking other animals if they flee. It's inconsistent. Is it? I don't know. Why don't they stop attacking the humans when the humans flee? If they stop attacking other animals when the other animals flee? I don't know. But it's a good way to get them to stop killing each other, is if they just like scare them off, and then it's like, oh, that's fine. We don't need to chase them down and kill them. Just scare them off. Kind of doesn't work great with some stuff though, like if a bear wanders a bit, well, it has to be very small. I don't think actually you can get a pack of wolves small enough. Oh wait, what is the wolf threat level? 0.5? I think it's 0.5, isn't it? Actually, so no, you can. Smallest pack of wolves is what, 5? What is it? Four to 9 wolves per pack. If they have a threat level of 0.5, which I think they do, then the smallest pack of wolves has a threat level of 2, which is 1 lower than a bear. So a bear could wander into a pack of wolves up to a pack size of 6, and it would attack them, and it would scare them all off. Right, if we're going to do this thing where it's like, it just scares them off, and then it stops attacking. But what is it going to do then? Just sit in the wolf den and wait for them to come back and then attack them again? It's different because the wolves always want to like return to home base, whereas normally it's fine, we scare them off and they go to a different region of the map and stay there. But if they're always coming back again, this could result in some sort of loop. Whoa. Okay. Oh, I was hoping I would start to feel better, but I feel worse than yesterday, actually. Is that still better than, like, everything dying? Maybe. Somebody's gonna die. They're either gonna kill the wolves, or the wolves are gonna kill the bear. One of those two is gonna happen. The bear might kill some of the wolves, and then the wolves kill the bear. I'm thinking that the rules should be like the animals will just try and scare each other away, but they will always attack humans, because that gives the player something to do, basically. Because there's really not much game left if, in fact, it completely doesn't make sense to have guards anymore. If the animals are going to stop attacking the humans when they run away, then you just don't have any guards or hunters, and then the animals are no longer a threat, because your humans will just run away from them. It would actually be worse if you had guards or hunters, because then the animals would actually attack them. I think we kind of need the humans to be like an exception to the rule. And that's how we sort of help keep the animal populations up. Just make it so they don't really kill each other, they just kind of like... It's not entirely accurate, though, to my research. My research is like certain... So if we wanted to get more specific about it, like wolves do kill other wolves from different packs. They're very sort of territorial. They will kill each other, if I remember rightly. But maybe it makes sense if the wolves like just scare the bear away, as opposed to trying to kill it. But then we're getting down into like even more specific rules, which obviously the more kind of generic it can be, the better for adding new creatures without having to update as much stuff. I don't know, it's just the animals are just dying a lot. I'm still on the fence about whether I should remove one pack of wolves and go down to 2 packs. Just to see if that helps keep like the deer population around, because they're still being overhunted quite a lot. The last time I did that, I felt like the game really lost something and it became kind of boring. But I have added the moose since then, which can be aggressive. But I'm not sure that's really enough to make up for the loss of a whole wolf pack. The other thing that I definitely want to do is reduce the chance for the moose to spawn with calves, because it's like almost all of them right now. They're all aggressive, which generally just leads to them getting killed off because they're aggressive. These are sprites, dude. Turns out balancing an ecosystem is not an easy thing to do. It kind of literally requires consciousness to do that. What is this? Trackers? No, I'm looking for the spawn system. Huh, really? It's a 50% chance for them to spawn with calves, and yet... Oh, wait. What is this? No, that's the number of calves. Oh. It's a 75% chance. I see, 75% chance. Let's make it a 50% chance for them to have calves then. I gotta take a leak. then I feel like it would be nice if we centered the camera on the follow target when you're using the follow cam. It's pretty easy to do. I think I need brackets there. We'll see what that does. Hopefully it just kind of centers on whatever it is that we're following. Seems good. I can see the text now. I would be kind of like centered on his feet before, and I wouldn't be able to read most of this. I think you can put... Oh, is it only humans that you can put the follow cam on? Yeah. Okay. Can't do that on animals. Oh, no, the lags. Don't start lagging now. Come on. Ugh. It's been doing that a lot recently. Fuck. I have to restart the stream, I think, in order to fix it. I wonder what that bug was. Probably... Oh, if you have some different miracle selected. Right. Yeah, I don't know. Should pressing escape, like... if you have a miracle selected and you press escape, should that deselect it and put you back to miracle hand? I kind of feel like it should. I mean, I tried to do that the other day. Just like without thinking. As if I expected it to work that way. But it opens the menu. It does that if you have a build object selected. Like that. Probably, that's probably what it should do, right? It's nice to have that. I mean, it's not much different from just pressing 1, but you could be on a different page of the spell book. And then you can still press escape to deselect your current miracle without having to change page. That's a good point. We should probably do that. I don't know about, like, I can't figure out these balance changes and the animal behavior stuff. I can't figure it out. True, I mean, if the wolves generally fled from bears, I think it's more accurate. A fully grown bear, wolves are unlikely to take on a fully grown bear. I could simply increase the threat level. I could increase the bear's threat level so it takes more wolves to take on a bear in the first place. But then I'm not sure that the threat level would really be an accurate representation of exactly how threatening a bear is relative to everything else. Oh man, it's a pain in the butt. I mean, you could get more flexible with it. I suppose if you really wanted an accurate threat level, you would build something that assesses how much health the thing has and how much damage it can do, like some sort of rough average DPS calculation that it makes based on its stats or something. And I don't know, maybe you would, I'm not sure how you would factor in whether it's like a pack hunter or not, because I mean it could be solo just because it is a pack hunter. It's not necessarily in a pack all the time, but something like that, which automatically calculates the threat level, would give you something probably more accurate than trying to guess, which is what I'm doing. What was I doing? I can't remember what I was doing now. you gotta write things down. Oh, I want to be able to press escape so I can deselect miracles. Stop compiling. Isn't this like in the pause object or something? Holster, but it doesn't use holster with fountain because fountain is a miracle. Oh, it's kind of strange. Fair enough. I can't do that, can I? It's gonna override your holstered miracle. Man, it would be nice if there was some kind of identifier. It's literally just a string. If this was a... I guess a struct or something that has like a name and a type. You could even store the power cost in there. Oh, that would be really smart. And then you just pull the power cost of whichever miracle you have selected instead of having to actually program in the power cost. Okay. Well, that's one for the next game, I suppose. That's kind of, it's kind of similar to how we would do the inventory system. We do need to do the inventory overhaul soon, which I guess would use structs. Each item in the inventory would be a struct. Is that how you do inventory systems? I don't know. I will check. Don't worry, I'll check before I just do that. Oh, we can just check, like... Does that work? We just check what's in the holster? think that works. Holstering is only done when building. That's the only time we do that. I need a new keyboard, or I need to replace that switch. Never done that. I suppose I could just replace the switch. We don't need this. Okay. These both have the same result. Why am I using a separate else if? Right? No. Well, I mean, one of them doesn't destroy this object. Yeah, which I guess would be a problem if we tried to destroy an object that didn't exist. Oh, that's where it breaks, I think. Yeah. Yeah. I don't remember your name. Maybe you did a name change recently? Oh, it is. I didn't... You were... the Enigma or something last time. Last time I saw you. Man, I don't want to refactor the whole spellbook. I guess if I'm gonna make an inventory system, and I mean, however I do it, maybe I would also refactor the spellbook at that time to do this. I guess it's somewhat early enough still that I have enough miracles to add to the game that I would save time in the long run by improving that system. I'm coming around to it though. I don't think the inventory system's going to be too bad. It might seem, it almost might seem out of place. If, well, I don't know how it's going to be done, but... Why would you use a map? Would you use a map and then something like that, yeah. Would you use maps for inventories because the keys can be the names of items? And then stored in the map would be structs. A struct per item, which tells you how many of that. Nah, it's not granular enough. I need, like, individual items to be structs. Because I think they need to be running functions. And they need individual stats associated with them. I don't know, it's at least a way that I can imagine it being possible based on my limited understanding of structs right now. But whether that's actually how you do an inventory system or not, I'm not sure still. And again, I bet 90% of this game is lists, just because it was like, as soon as I realized lists were a thing, I was like, oh, I can do stuff with those. Didn't think to check whether lists were what I should have been using. That's, anyway, what are we doing? How are we gonna... Is this why we don't do this? Just because it's like a pain in the ass? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe I tried this once before and I was like, you know what? We're just not doing it. Yeah, I mean, obviously I can put a list of all of the miracles in there. Is that basically my only option? Well... Okay, we would... What? I mean, is clearing the holster another potential solution? Or if I know that the holster always gets emptied out? This is literally the only time that we ever, like, draw from the holster, right? So... if we just reset it to no on after doing that, then I'm pretty sure it's always no on unless it's actually being used. How does that help me? I don't know. I have a feeling it helps somehow. Wait, why does that help? Because the original problem I was thinking is that you can... if it never gets cleared, you can select something... Well, it does... just clearing it eliminates the problem. I don't think I have to do anything else. Because I could have a miracle selected, then I could select a build object, holstering the miracle, and then deselect the build object, reselecting the holstered miracle, but not clearing the holster. And then, if I... sort of just press escape again at that point, then it wouldn't do anything because mode would equal holster. But now it doesn't because holster now equals no one immediately after using it. So I think that works. Am I still gonna get lags if I compile with virtual machine? Okay, I can easily I can deselect miracles with escape. What if I select a miracle, select a build object, deselect that, and then deselect? Okay. Whoa. That was just YouTube, but it kind of synced up perfectly with when I hit that key. I mean, I guess that's good. Are we good? I think we might be good now. So I can deselect my current miracle. Could have been even what Jonas did, you know? I think he had a miracle selected, and then it makes this annoying noise whenever you click anywhere that you can't use it. Perhaps he like hit escape and it didn't deselect it, and he thought he had it deselected. Or maybe his expectation was just that it wouldn't be really annoying, which also would make sense. Doesn't do it if you click and drag though. Which I'm surprised how little I actually use the click and drag camera controls, because I thought they were so important. I think basically because Black and White has them. And then I like barely ever use it. I'm still getting lag spikes. Honestly, I think I would have to restart the stream. It's really annoying. I don't think it's as bad if I compile with Virtual Machine, but then then I get worse in-game performance and loading times. As you can see, I'm barely getting 100 FPS right now. YYC is really good. I mean, arguably, I could have still shipped this game. I kind of need a new playthrough, or I need to get to the next level. What the fuck? We're not loading child sprites properly. Oh. I never updated the save load system to correctly reassign sprites for children. Oh, well, it's reassigning something. It's not the right. What? Get in those brackets. Yeah. Yep. It's, I might do some refactoring of some of this stuff. Who knows? Maybe I'll learn how to use structs through implementing the new inventory system, and then I'll be like, you know what, I can do. It's unlikely, I would say, but maybe I would then be like, you know what, let's actually refactor everything to use structs. It would be a pretty massive undertaking, but obviously the longer I leave it, the worse that gets. So if it's going to be done, it should be done sooner rather than later. It's just one of those things. I haven't really used structs. I mean, I've used them. I wasn't even aware that I was using structs the first time I used them. They were part of the save load system. They are part of the save load system. I didn't really know what any of that was. Somehow managed to get it to work, though. It's gonna be fun though. It would be, I feel like it'd be very difficult without just kind of going through it, just kind of making a game with bad code to figure out like how to make a game with good code. I don't see really how else you would do it. Well, I'm assuming like this is what school is for. They're supposed to teach you these best practices, I guess. That seems really, it makes a lot of sense though. It makes a lot of sense if you can do that, like, but I don't know, you gotta learn either way. Why not learn by doing something kind of fun? I don't know. I don't know. I can kind of imagine it, you know. I can kind of imagine Just being like, you know what, I'm gonna learn this language and like all the best practices before I even start making the game. It would be good. It would be good. I suppose, I mean, I'm kind of, you know, I'm still just learning the language by making this game, and I'll also have a game as like a byproduct of learning the language by the end. I don't know. What I'm saying is that I feel like I can kind of understand that now. Like that but it's almost like I had to get to this point to be able to understand the value of that, even of like, oh, I'll learn the language before I actually try and use it for anything, because I'll thank myself later, you know, for doing things cleanly the first time around. I don't know. What am I doing now? We're loading... Okay, that should just work. We're loading the child sprites. I'm still lagging. That should work, because we never actually save them. We just set them based on certain conditions upon loading a save file, because you never want to save sprites because the references can change. All you're doing is saving a reference which could change and then be referencing the wrong sprite, which has happened to me before, where I had like a bunch of random objects stuck in the hotbar because the references changed and we got random sprites instead of the icons. Okay, this is pretty good, I guess. Send to the follow cam, we did that. So really all I've got right now is hey, RSVP. Yeah, I made a new stream layout. It's just a little something I cooked up in Photoshop. I kind of had a flash of inspiration, if you will. AKA me in the middle of the night, like, you know what, let's not go to bed. No, that's not like that's the right thing to do right now. Let's open Photoshop. Sleep schedules be damned. So that's kind of it. That is kind of it. Sometimes it just kicks in at the weirdest times. I don't know if you can hear the construction going on outside, but I'm sorry if you can. Jesus, we've got like the full-on reversing truck beeping sound now and everything. They're really going for it out there. There's just these weird balance changes and some animal behavioral changes that I cannot, for the life of me, figure out if I actually want to do or not. I guess that just means we need more testing, which is good because we're right on the precipice of a playtest. So it's about right. It's been about time for a playtest for a minute, just because I am no longer sane. I can no longer be trusted. I don't know anything about this game because I know everything about it, if you know what I mean. Oh, these lags, dude. Okay. So that's what I was saying. We gotta keep going with this playthrough and get to the next level now, so that we can build stuff again, or I start over. Well, I can easily test it by starting over and then go back to my save file if I want to. I don't want to. I'm not vehemently opposed to the idea today, at least. I'm neutral about it, but I'm definitely getting to the point where I'm sick of playing this shit. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. But yeah. I guess next month is just going to be like sending the playtest to streamers and stuff, and probably not doing much development at all. Maybe I'll even like chill out for a minute. God, imagine that. I have zero chill. Chill is in very short supply in these parts. So we want to see if the hunters work, basically. I mean, also the other creatures have been updated as well. It's hunting in general, I suppose. It's deeply concerning that they're not doing anything at all. It's probably something like... What is it? They can't... I don't know what it is. They can't form a hunting party without, like, I don't know. It might be that they can't even form a hunting party now. Okay, I did not foresee that one. Because they ain't doing any hunting. Right. So, no, I think it's, well, whether it's the hunting party or not, it's certainly the state conditions depending on the existence of the nearest prey animal. They can't even begin hunting. Does that mean if I was to pick these guys up and, like, drop them, that would update their trackers and thus allow them to hunt? Because I'm, like, force updating their trackers. I kind of thought we did that at the start of the game, because we run those on Create, I think. Like, we update their trackers on Create. Well, they're still not aware of these creatures for some reason. Possibly the map doesn't... The map doesn't get populated, or... Oh. They have to be in a hunting party to do that, which they are not at the start of a new game. As long as we just let them do that regardless of whether they're in a hunting party or not, I guess we should be okay. Oh, that's wrong. Hold on. Okay. And there's nothing like that for the animals. So, yeah, but... Am I updating the animal trackers on Create? No. Okay, so the animals are going to be completely balked. I have a way to deal with that for the humans, but... I haven't made a similar, like, instant update tracker... instant tracker update function for the animals. Jeez. I mean, we have the code that we need now in the hunting state. What about nearest? Well, we didn't change anything to do with that. It's only nearest prey. I mean, let's just confirm that that works with the humans to begin with. It should. Well, I mean, that's strange. I did pick them up and drop them to... but they weren't in a hunting party. Interesting. That better be the only one. Go, Hunter, go, Hunter, go. Yeah, boy. Alright, so we gotta fix the animals. The aminals. Oh boy. What is this? I had something in there, right? Oh, I made them. They're like incomplete. They were there because I did some of this. I mean... I guess technically we should. Yeah, we'll combine it into these and we'll run these functions. That's pretty straightforward, thankfully. We just gotta... right. Oh, each tracker should be a function with like an option, what is it called? An argument that's like true or false, whether it's instant update or smart distribution. Look, I don't know what to call it, that's what I call it. And then you can just run a single function and say, oh, it should be instant update this time, or it shouldn't. That's how you're supposed to do it. Otherwise, I still have duplicate code. I have lots of duplicate code. Each one should be broken down to an individual thing, and then you could... in an individual function, and then you could also have a function that contains all of the functions. And just in case you ever need to run them all at once. Okay. That's basically how this should be done. I mean, there's not too many more functions to add to the game. Would have been nice to have known that in the beginning, I guess. Yeah, I just can't help but feel that we're kind of like 90% of the way there, and why would I actually spend the time refactoring it now, you know? Gotta be that one, right? This one's gonna be with controller. Not exactly easy to read. Did I really update all of these? I have like no recollection of actually doing it. No. Wait, what? No, that's it. Yeah. The moose don't hunt. That's it's just those three. And then, but yeah, I will just almost like as future proofing. I think I would add it to all of them. Same as the humans. I'm pretty sure it's just the last thing we do, right? Oh no, not quite. Well, this has something to do with Twitch integration, which the animals don't have. So it is basically the last thing. What is it? Trackers update bear ID. Trackers update fox. I just remembered that Bongrep redeemed like a bunch of stuff. I'm gonna drink water and stretch and correct my posture. I'll go grab another drink. Okay. I guess if we just like make the wolves hunt on night 1 or something. Yeah, I could run that. I could run those on drop as well. Oh, okay, again, you should have a function that updates the trackers, and the function looks at like the ID, the object index of the calling instance, and then runs the correct code, right? Then that's built into the functionality of the function, instead of having to kind of check that and then run a different function. Yep. Okay. No, there is a problem though with compiling with YYC if one of the scripts gets too long or something, contains too many like else ifs, or I forget exactly what it. I did have to refactor some stuff to get it to compile with YYC because of that. So making super long scripts. Well, you could just do a function that contains other functions. That's also a workaround. Okay, so we can have them in separate functions and then just make another generic function. We gotta see what these wolves do. And I can... Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. I can run these when we drop a wolf, when we drop an animal somewhere, in the same way that we do with the humans. I mean, right now all it does is update the nearest threat and nearest, well, they don't seem to be hunting, do they? Oh yeah, I mean, it's depending on when it gets run, the other animals may not exist yet. Forget if we create the prey animals before the predators. So if I just swap those around, that might be enough. Jeez, yeah, what about... Oh boy. I guess that would depend on the order in which everything was saved. You need to load the prey animals before you load the predators? I guess that would be the idea. Does it read the save file from the top or from the bottom? Seems to start at the end of the array. Or is that just when it's getting the controller? Keys length. Array length, while array length... okay, and then it does pop, which last element. It reads from the end. So you need to save the prey animals after you save the predators in order to load them before you load the predators. Are we doing that? Yes. Assuming everything's done the same way when we save, like, the levels so that you can return to them, that'll be fine as well. Okay. I feel like I should kind of leave myself a comment. Okay, video games. What am I doing now? Were we like? I'm sure we were probably in the middle of something. Oh, now we gotta check that the wolves can actually hunt. And probably we should test saving and loading as well. Oh yeah. We hunting. That's good. I'm very happy about that. And I'll just try, like, saving and loading right before they start hunting, I guess. And then I'll make a sort of a universal tracker update function. Trackers update all or something. And then inside of that we perform a check to see which type of object the calling instance is. I'm assuming we'll be fine as long as we load everything in the right order. We're lucky. We just got lucky that we can actually do that in this circumstance. Okay, so they're hunting fine, no problem. Load the game. And yeah, they're fine. They did form a different size of hunting party this time. I don't know why. I am saving and loading the random seed, which is supposed to make any randomness happen the same way, right? But it doesn't. It doesn't do that. If I'm doing something wrong, it's pretty simple. You just like save the seed and load it and set it. I don't really know where I could be messing that up. Yeah, I have that. That's a good point. What is, maybe it's like being re-randomized, but I thought if it was re-randomized but then we loaded the old seed and set it anyway, that wouldn't it override that? Probably the easiest way to find it, isn't it? Oh my god, no, it's not. Yeah. Hold only. It's in controller create. The controller is a persistent object. It only really gets created at the beginning of a new game. Well, that's not true. It does get created again after loading a save. It persists between levels, so it's only a new game or after loading a save. So it is getting re-randomized after loading a save. But then we would load the seed, I'm assuming. I guess that is in the load code somewhere. I don't know where it could be actually. What is the function? Random set seed. Is that it? To generate a random number, GameMaker starts with a random seed number. This function, you can set that seed to a known value and force the outcome of all random events afterwards with blah 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 blah. Random set seed. Yeah, it's actually in the load code. The first thing the loader does is scan through the save file and load the controller object. Seed. Oh. What does that even mean in this context, though? We're in a with instance. Ah, gotcha. With instance, so it is being run on the controller object that was just created. And seed is a local variable. And this happens after we've looped through all of the variables to load them. So I'm not really sure what's up with it. It's kind of strange. I mean, yes, we are randomizing again on create and then setting this variable, but then we would load the old variable, the old value back into this variable. I could try like only doing randomize when you like hit new game or something on the main menu, just so that we're not doing it here. Bye, thanks for the raid, dude. Grog, how's it going? Hi, Neroth, how's it going? What's up, Brent? Huzzah! So I think it should load the seed correctly, but it doesn't. Well, I couldn't explain why, but we could just try moving that, yeah, ready for the zombie apocalypse. Oh yeah, I got a Voodoo 3 2000, and then recently acquired a Voodoo 3 3000. It was a nice little upgrade. It's not officially a Half-Life crowbar, but it's, you know, in honor of Half-Life, if you will. What am I working on today? We've been working on a bunch of different stuff, and specifically right now, actually it's a good question, what am I doing right now? We were doing something. We've made it so the trackers instantly update when the humans are hunting and the animals are hunting stuff, and then the trackers are just completely disabled the rest of the time, which makes the most sense. It was somewhat close to that previously. I think some things hunt in groups and the trackers would be enabled when they were in a group, not necessarily just when they were hunting. They could potentially be grouped but not hunting and still running these trackers. So it's good in that regard, but also, you know, instantly updating the trackers is not it's not great for performance, but it's kind of gonna prevent weird behaviors like the hunters not switching to like the nearest thing when hunting, which can be weird. Thank you, Dragon God Neroth. The Dragon God Neroth for the follow. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Because a GPU wrapper software called DG Voodoo 2 to play. Oh, that's cool. I've never tried that. I think I've heard of that once before, but I'm not familiar with it. Yeah, sometimes the hunters would be stood right next to a deer, but they're still like stalking after one that's wandered off somewhere, right? And you're like, well, why don't you just shoot that one? Shoot the one right next to you. So they'll actually do that now. Yeah, that's kind of what we're doing. But then I just started talking about how the seed is not being like saved and loaded correctly or something. Well, I'm assuming it's being saved and loaded correctly, but as far as I can tell, I'm doing everything right. But we do seem to get, you know, a different seed if you load a save, because things happen differently from how they did before you loaded. Which the whole point of a seed is to prevent that, right? So I was, the only thing, even though it appears to me that I'm doing everything right, I was going to suggest that the seed is just so that everything, every playthrough is different. You know, such as like procedurally generating the levels differently each time. And stuff like that. So I was gonna suggest that we could put this in the menu. Well, these are scripts. In the menu. Oh. And we just randomize the seed. I mean, it's the only thing I can really think. Instead of randomizing the seed when we create the controller object, then we just randomize the seed when you start a new game. And then it's definitely, well, then we can just say, well, it's never being re-randomized. I mean, it seems strange that it wouldn't have been saved and loaded properly. I think we're saving it, right? called randomize at the start of the game. Well, yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing. It's in the create event of an object that gets created at the start of a new game. But that object does get created when you load a save. So if we eliminate, there it is, see, it's being saved. See, like what functions? What function would change the seed value? Why would it do that? So if I... Yeah, should be fine if I just gotta figure out how any of this works. Alright, 8-bits. Have a great day. Thanks for the raid, dude. Oh, I see what you mean. Make sure it's set right before you do any procedural generation code. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Alright, Brent, take it easy, dude. Have a great night. Thanks for dropping by. I mean, because we don't procedurally generate anything when loading a game, because we're loading it back to how it was, so... it's very strange. It's very strange, but we can try this and see if it makes any difference. Not that I would understand why, particularly. This one. And one of these alarms, I think. This one. Is one of these randomized and the other's not? Or... Oh wait, that's... Oh, interesting. And that's not been transferred over here, I see. There we go. Make what a function call, Grog. This stuff, like all of this stuff when we start a level, yeah, that would make sense, wouldn't it? Oh. Randomize and seed equals random. Well, yeah, previously I only used to do it once. This has actually made that worse. You're right, yeah, this has made it worse. But, okay, well... Not that I can see anything wrong with how I was doing it before. But this might make some difference. Maybe? I guess that is kind of important. I just thought, oh, I just can't do that, and I just sort of ignored it. Because, I mean, as I assumed I was doing everything correctly, it looked fine to me. Okay. We'll do the same sort of test as last time. I'm still getting these lag spikes. That's my PC, I don't think it's actually the game. I think it's because my PC doesn't like it when I compile at the same time as streaming. I'm gonna make a... Oh, what? Oh, what? Oh, shit, right, no, that still needs to be a... Well, yeah, where are we gonna save it then? We still gotta save it somewhere. Oh, it's trying to make this a local variable on the menu object now, which didn't actually cause any issues. It should probably just be a global variable, right? Seems very strange that it's not. That's going to be an issue if I randomize the seed and then create this object, and then that sets seed to 0 again. See, I don't see how it's really... I don't get it. I don't see how it's any different from... We just create this instance and it calls its create event, and then that would do exactly this. I mean, well, the only difference is that it's not gonna call randomize in its create event when we load a save. Right. Okay. Oh, so as long as this is being done first, then we're okay. Yeah, it's being set before we do any procedural generation stuff or spawn anything. Yeah. And then because we load the controller object first. Should we just put this in a global variable then? Because I don't think the menu object gets saved and loaded. I think it used to at one point, but it doesn't anymore. Oh, I forget. No, it doesn't appear to be in there. Okay. Yeah, I guess it should be a global variable. And Maybe I just... no, I don't really... Don't want to put it in attributes, really. I'll put it in the menus, create event. I think that's all of them, right? Yeah. Would be nice if it was a function. I think for some things, like, I mean, there's no guarantee of this, but for some small things like that where it's like, oh yeah, sure, it exists in 5 places, but I'll never actually touch it again. I'm not sure it's worth the additional time of making the function, but in most cases it is, right? Yeah, there's just so much now. Like, I've been thinking... I've got to do this inventory overhaul soon, where I actually build a proper inventory system. And I'm assuming that you would use structs for the way that I want to do it. I'm not sure. But I'm also starting to get a sense of, like, how I would actually have used structs for all of the creatures and stuff. And the like the species and the different gifts for the humans. I think I'm starting to see how you would do that, assuming that structs can exist within structs. I think that was necessary, which I guess they can. As long as structs can exist within structs, then I think functions can exist within structs, right? So why couldn't a struct exist within a struct? I just think that's necessary. I forget, I was thinking about it this morning, I forget. But it's because you have, like, the animals have a species, but the humans have a species and a gift. So it would be like a creature that has a species that's of human, and then inside of its species would be another bunch of structs, I guess, for each gift. So that, like, only... Because I'm assuming it's going to greatly limit the amount of checks, because right now I'm like... There's often I'm checking, like, what gift is this person, and then should they do a certain behavior or not. Whereas you would only be running the appropriate behavior if you used structs like that, I guess. But it's like... I'll probably never refactor that stuff, but I did have the thought, like, maybe if I build the inventory system with structs, that will get me familiar enough with structs to where maybe I would refactor the creatures to use structs. Or maybe I will just deem that it's too late and it would take too long for too little benefit in the long run at this stage. And I'll just embrace the jank all the way up to release. So this is how they behave. They formed like a full pack of wolves and they went hunting in that direction, and then if I load the save, they did something completely different. So it made no difference. So I don't know, I don't understand why I'm not loading the seeds properly. Oh wait, what? Oh, I totally missed this one, but we didn't actually do that, so... yeah, I don't get it. function that starts world gen. I have an object that does that, I think. The loader object decides, it's like, are you loading into a level that you've been into before? If not, then we need to generate the world, and that starts here. And then this is like the loading process. I'm putting that back to a local variable. Parameter into that function called seed. I don't see how that would make any difference. Oh, wait a minute. Seed 0. Well. It was still saving the global variable, so it wouldn't have saved that one. I mean, a good idea would be to, if it's not set, you can call randomize and generate a seed. But I mean, isn't the problem is with loading a save. Like I think it's giving us a random seed at the start of the game, no problem. Because I'm getting different levels each time. I believe I am anyway. Yes, calling that after loading the seed to set it. Jesus, okay, sorry, set instances. I'm not doing it. See, I got worried that I was doing it in there. No, I'm not. So, are we back to how it was before? Randomize seed equals random get seed. Wait a minute. Oh no, it doesn't take an argument. So it's just randomized upon creating the controller object. Shouldn't be anywhere in here anymore. Oh shit. Just saving that local variable which contains the seed to the controller object, and then when we load a save, then we do that. This isn't a with. It's in a with within a with. Maybe that's the problem. I don't think so, but maybe. So it's loading the controller object and then running this code on that instance of that object, and then once it's finished loading everything, then it does random set seed. So yeah, I really don't understand it. Would be nice though, right? Because I mean, that's what you would expect, you know? If you load your save, you expect everything to behave the same as it did before, right? So it wasn't the fact that this function was being called again. So I don't know what it is. But oh yeah, like I was saying, the smart thing to do would be, well, is it? A thing I could do would be to have a look at what the seed actually is, and then I can see that it's different, I suppose. I guess we already know that it's different, but I could see that. Do I already have something like that in here? No, apparently not. Oh boy, getting hungry. Gonna have to take a break in a minute. This is our seed, 624829775. It's the same seed. It is getting saved and loaded correctly. Okay, then I have no idea what's going on. I may have already confirmed that at some point, and then that's why I was like, what? No, it doesn't like that. I think it's trying to draw that variable when it no longer, the controller object no longer exists. So yeah, maybe that's why I just gave up on it, because maybe I checked that at some point in the past and I was like, well, the seed matches, so I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Where's my cursor gone? Oh. Ace target. I guess I'll just do that real quick. That's it. That is it. Just so that they face the thing that they're harvesting, which I don't think they were always doing. Okay. Let me push this to the repository. I think we can crank the version number up. I did a bunch of stuff there, not that I can remember any of it. But I have it on good authority that several bugs were fixed. I know one thing I did was center follow cam on target. Okay, yeah. Instant update prey trackers. When hunting, something like that, and reduced chance for spawned moose cows to have calves from 75% to 50%. It's something more like update prey trackers in relevant hunting states, something like that, I think. What else did I do? I'm sure I did some other stuff. Let's have a look. Fixed child sprite loading. Put it like that. Oh yeah, updated controls to deselect currently selected miracle when pressing escape. Okay, I think that's most of it. That's most of what I did today. Something weird going on with the guards not defending from the animals at night sometimes when they're asleep, maybe? Because that tent was, I'm sure that tent was destroyed by wolves, and I wasn't even paying attention because usually I'm just like, oh, you know, we have guards, nobody's gonna be attacking us in the night or anything. Guards would usually just scare them off, or at least, you know, intervene and prevent them from attacking the tents. But it's happened a couple of times now where like a tent randomly gets taken out by wolves, and then I'm like, what even happened there, you know? I always miss it. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know why the guards aren't just, you know, stepping in and doing something about that. Seems kind of strange. I mean, it's possible a large enough pack of wolves could, like, destroy a tent before the guards even react. I guess if the sleeping guard is still running the regular tracker, which it takes a moment to, exactly. It takes a moment to update. Let's say there's, like, what would kind of the maximum number of predators in the map be? Probably be 30 or something, so it would take about half a second to update. A full pack of 9 wolves could probably do quite a lot of damage to a tent in half a second, and then combined with the time that it takes the wolves, well, the wolves should pretty much instantly react, actually, because they're already in the attacking state, which means that they switch over to the instant update trackers, because we want that more responsive behavior in combat. So they should react pretty damn quick to the guards showing up. Anyway, I haven't actually seen what happens. It's happened 2 or 3 times now. And then I'm always like, wait a minute, how did this tent get destroyed? And then I remember, like, oh, there was that wolf attack, but I always just assume that we're safe because I've got guards. But something's happening, and I just haven't been able to catch it. It'll be on the, it might even be on the VODs, you know? It could have been happening right before my eyes, and I just sort of blank it out because it's like that thing where you stop reading the code because you think you know what it does. But do you? Do you really know what it does? And then you read it and you're like, oh, well, that makes sense. Okay, well, I better get some lunch, so thanks for joining me. I'll be back in about an hour's time, bit of a longer break, so feel free to swing back in like an hour. I'll be back to it. Thanks for watching. I'll see you after the break. Okay, it turns out I actually have a bit more time whilst the food cooks. Yeah. I guess I should put the food in the oven when the first wave of hunger hits, and then it will be ready to eat by the time the second wave hits. But here we are. So I think I can just continue my playtest from here. I don't know, this seed thing, it's got me thinking now. If I'm supposed to be able to load the seed, then... Oh fuck, yeah, I don't have my save file anymore, do I? I have to start a new playthrough. This is half the reason that I'm so sick of it. Starting over every time, or again and again. I should probably compile with YYC. I'm still going to have those lag spikes. In fact, they might get worse if I compile with YYC again. Maybe I should use the opportunity of the lunch break to restart the stream, and then I can probably get rid of the lags. Oh. Almost forgot to revert the wolf's hunger to 100 by default. Yeah, it would be kinda nice if selecting a level from the developer menu automatically unlocked all of the miracles that you should have, or that you could have, by the time that you've reached that level. It would just be pretty handy for testing. I wouldn't have to keep starting the game from the beginning. I mean, I don't have to start the game from the beginning, but my only real option if I want any miracles is to start in test mode, which is basically just cheating. So it's not a very good play test if I do that. But yeah, I'm absolutely sick of it at this point. I'm definitely ready for the Steam playtest. It's absolutely imperative that someone other than me plays this thing at this point. I just can't be trusted anymore. Man, I'm hungry. I'm too hungry I don't have much patience left. Alright. Yeah, it occurred to me, like, I want to keep the tents as far away from the fire as possible to avoid any tent fires, but also I want them to be kind of close to the store so they don't have to travel as far to get stuff from the store. What are these wolves doing? They've been fighting with something, I guess. I was concerned that they were hunting, but we haven't even hit night 1 yet, have we? Holy moly. Are they even gonna get heals in time? No. Holy shit. Two guards down. We got attacked by wolves. Now we're getting attacked by an aggressive moose, and I think that could spell our doom, to be honest with you. This guard is like within an inch of his life. The healers were off getting mana. We're screwed. This is like GG. How do you even... It's very hard to come back from this. I mean, it's very hard to come back from this. Territorial, the blocks are territorial. Okay, we really need more guards to replace our dead guards. That is great. We still, okay, no. I don't have time to fuck around. That was insane. That had to have been a full pack of 9 wolves, like, to take out 2 of the guards like that, and then we just got unlucky with that moose. There just happened to be an aggressive moose nearby. Oh man, that is a rough start. So we will get a ton of resources from those kills though, I suppose. That's the upside. Which one's the subwoofer? The moose? They might as well have been with the amount of damage we took. Sweet Jeebus. Okay. So we have to. Okay, I'm gonna want like two water bearers would be enough. I was gonna go with 3, but now with 3 men down, so I guess I am gonna go with 2 water bearers. I'm gonna have to start eating into my worshippers here. Okay, we're gonna go 2 water bearers. I have some power. I'll use the power to create some more fur. But like I say, these hunters should be bringing in a lot of fur and meat after all those kills. Where were the hunters? I suppose as well we got unlucky that the hunters weren't there. Otherwise, like, they would have helped defend, and the guards might have survived. Okay, we're getting this built now. I'm going to save right there. So we need to find Miracle Resurrection as soon as possible. See, this actually kind of makes it interesting. I'm more invested in this playthrough. That's weird, because usually I'm the sort of person where it's like, as soon as I make a mistake, I'm like, fuck it. Just throw it in the bin. Reset. But now I'm so sick of the game that I'm like, oh, this is actually more interesting. Oh, no way. That's super lucky. Resurrection right there on the coast. We can absolutely get that. So the wolves will decay after a time. We want to harvest as many of them as possible before they do. It could even be worth getting extra hunters temporarily. This wolf is going to be a pain in the butt. Thank you. If we could get an expansion stone. We've got a couple of easy expansion stones right on our doorstep. DI there as well. It's actually, other than that, as far as the miracles go, pretty lucky spawn. Not so great with the wolves. Okay, yeah, we got a lot of fur off those kills. Wait. Oh, he withdrew at like the same time. I was like, why didn't the number go up? Boom, that's a second tent fully supplied. Holy moly. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get all of these harvested before they start decaying. Fortunately, it would be good if we did. So I need tents before I can really send anyone out to unlock these, because they'll be slower if they're sleep deprived. Gotta make sure they get rest. Wow, all of my guards died. Crazy. You know, I don't even remember what the Populous soundtrack is like. Populous, the beginning. Wonder if it's any good. Black and white soundtrack is great. It's the primary inspiration for this game, so I suppose the music should also be quite inspired by the black and white soundtrack. I think it will. This meditation music I've been listening to recently really seems to work. And this kind of reminds me of some of the more ambient stuff in black and white. It's bizarre. It's a very simple game, and yet it's not at the same time. I'm just hoping, because I really don't want the scope to creep much further than this. In the interest of actually getting it finished, I'm not looking to add anything new to the game at this point. I'm just really wanting to wrap things up, which is still going to take years, but, you know, that's exactly why I can't be adding much more. But I'm hoping that we can kind of achieve that sort of, like, beautiful simplicity, or like that. It's like an elegance almost. It's simple, but it feels good because it's simple. Not like it's overly simple and then it just sucks. I'm hoping that that's a balance that I can achieve. Otherwise, I'm screwed. There is obviously the potential for additional systems like crafting, quests, natural disasters. You could layer stuff on, for sure. But unless somebody starts throwing money at me real soon, I'm not going to be doing any of that. I'm just going to be trying to, like, finish it and ship it. I kind of think of them as like stretch goals. And when I do a pitch deck, I'll probably be like, look, this is kind of what I estimate would be required to just finish, like, the base game, if you will, and then with more funding I could go on to do things like this, like that. But right now, being inside of a tent completely protects you from the elements. Whereas I think what it should really do is lessen the effect. So, it's like a 25% or something of the effect. Oh, obviously you'd be completely sheltered from rain, for example, which might actually be a problem a little bit because, well, it's probably easy to work around it, but I'm just thinking the way that it works right now is like you just get colder faster if the humidity is above a certain level. It's not like it knows if you're being rained on, it just knows that it is raining. But when you're inside right now, you're just not affected by the ambient temperature at all, so your body temperature just starts regulating back to 37 degrees. But it's something that I'm aware of with the inventory update that's on the horizon now. is that perishable goods should decay faster in higher temperatures. But if they're in the store, well, currently the way tents work is that there's no temperature. Well, it's what would you say? Yeah, I mean, it is basically as if they're in some sort of pocket dimension where there is no such thing as temperature. They have their own temperature, but there's no such thing as an ambient temperature. I think that's how it works. I'm pretty sure that's how it works, yeah. But the carcasses will decay slow. For example, they'll stop decaying if they freeze. So we would need the same thing with like the meat. But obviously we don't want the temperature inside of the tent to be exactly the same as outside of the tent. It'll take a little bit of sort of trial and error, I imagine, to figure out what kind of works. Because we still need the tents to keep the humans warm enough to like survive through a cold night in the Arctic tundra or whatever. So the tents still need to be effective enough. And just the same as they need to provide you with enough kind of shade or cool. They need to be cool enough to survive the scorching heat of the desert, for example. But it's really important, like, because what happens is the hunters just stockpile a massive amount of meat in the process of gathering all of the fur that they need to build these tents. And because the meat doesn't perish, oh, I almost tried to set that tent. I did try and set that tent on fire, but it wasn't built, luckily. So you just wind up with this, like, and then what happens is the fishers and the foragers and the hunters are all like, oh, there's so much food in the store that we don't even need to do anything, right? And so until you've eaten your way through this massive stockpile of meat, none of the hunters or gatherers do anything. And that repeats at the beginning of every new level, because you have to build a new camp in every level. And that's why it's necessary for me to update the inventory system finally. Like I say, nothing makes it into the game until it becomes absolutely necessary that it's in the game. That's how I prioritize things. It's very rare that I do anything that isn't absolutely necessary. And that way I always have a very clear direction of like what I should be working on. Because it's like, oh well, this has just become necessary now, so we're going to do it. Which also means I never do anything fun. There's no fun allowed. It's the #1 rule of game dev. But it would be kind of crazy, like 3 years down the line or whatever, to get to a point where it's like all of the necessary stuff is done and I purely have this foundation on top of which I can do fun stuff. That would be pretty crazy. I mean, yeah. It's kind of doing what I wanted it to do, though. It's very chill. It's like you're just sort of hanging out a lot of the time. You have these occasional emergencies that you have to respond to. But a lot of the game is like just hanging out, and hopefully we're going to have some really nice like ambience and beautiful graphics to look at and stuff, and you'll just be kind of hanging out. That's sort of what I was going for, kind of a relaxing experience that rewards slowing down and paying attention. Holy shit. What? Did this moose just single-handedly take out 2 wolves? Holy crap. So I'm still, you know, as you saw, we got like wrecked by a single pack of 9 wolves. I'm still on the fence about removing the 3rd pack. Do we just have 2 wolf packs in the map? That one aggressive moose was just enough to push it over the edge to, but we're doing okay. I mean, we are recovering, because we dealt with that just about. And we are recovering. Nothing really major has happened since then. And we're about to, I'd say, we could even go now. It's a bit late. But I would say tomorrow morning we can start sending worshippers out to unlock Resurrection and Divine Intervention. I only have 8 worshippers, so I don't have enough for a 3rd group, or we could go for an expansion stone as well. The thing is, if I send them all out, then I stop generating power, because they're all busy unlocking stuff. Boom. But yeah, that was a very early sort of thing. Besides the core miracles, light, fur, fire, and water, and smite, that was a very early miracle, because I think that might have been the first. I think it was the first miracle, because, you know, if you're making a god game, you have to be able to smite things, even though it's like the most useless miracle and you never really do it. You just have to have it, right? But then, after those core miracles, the first one was Resurrection, because, I mean, I remember playtesting when the core gameplay loop was starting to come together. I was like, I suddenly realized, oh, you've got to be able to resurrect people, otherwise you can't take them to the next level with you. I think I realized that before we could even actually go to the next level. But yeah, it's like, I can only smite within inside of the sphere of influence, unless I'm smiting my own humans, which isn't very helpful anyway. So I've got to expand the sphere of influence to have more area that I can smite in. So that's one reason that you almost never do it. And then the other reason being, I mean, what's the point? If you'd always rather scare the wolves away with guards, or even at least kill them with guards or hunters so they could be harvested, because smite basically works like disintegrate. You don't get any of the loot. It one-shots anything, but you don't get any loot. Plus, and we're doing okay right now because it's maxed out, this bar right here, which is currently just like not explained anywhere, is the conservation level. You have a conservation score, and I guess so. There's no giant creature companion, but and it's not about morality, and there's no warfare. There's no converting other tribes to your religion or fighting other tribes, or really, I mean, there is fighting, I suppose, but it's more survival focused, right? And this is the conservation mechanic. So every time you chop down a tree or kill an animal, this goes down. And if it goes too low, well, if you beat the last level with it below 50%, you get the bad ending. That's how it works right now. That's never gonna happen. That's just never gonna happen. That's what we call scope creep. Cool idea, though. Definitely, a few people have mentioned that one. City building next. All right, you're gonna be able to progress through all the levels of technology, right the way into the far distant future, where we actually create the technological singularity and merge into one universal consciousness. It's gonna be great. You can place them down anywhere, but only within the sphere of influence, but you can expand the sphere of influence. Anyway, my food is ready, and I need it, so I'm gonna go grab something to eat, and I'll come back to this playthrough in just a little bit. Thanks for watching. I'll see you after the break. Peace out. back. I'm gonna hit the vape again because this headache is kicking my ass.
Hello, it's Alexander, and in this short tutorial I will show you how I produce meditative music with solfeggio frequencies and binaural beats. We'll get into more details of music production, and I will show which chords and tuning
Grab something to drink. fuck are these guys doing? That's why we need to toggle it. What is this? Why is it like this? What if a carpenter chops down a tree and it's on somebody else's nearest tree tracker? Does it get cleared? I feel like most of the behavior would be probably handled okay. I don't think there's anywhere that it could slip through. So I'm pretty sure it's okay. I don't know why this is like this though. What is this? Why are we not doing that? Why are we not doing this? What is this? I say again, what the hell is this? These are like that. Why? Oh my fucking god, dude, these dogs are going mental. Understand what the logic is here. Is this just a mistake? Fucking hell, dude. This kind of rings a bell. So I do this. Okay. What the fuck? So I do that, like, when we leave the state. Leaving the state is the same as disabling the tracker, right? So instead of constantly setting these variables, I only set them when absolutely necessary, which is an extremely minor optimization. But the ones that I toggle, I think I still do that because I think it's necessary to actually, no, that's not true. Well, no, if can they switch mid-scan? Yeah, of course they can. They switch mid-scan. That's where it could break the tracker. It could essentially get jammed, I think. Yeah. Okay. So I was working on nearest prey and switching it to, well, I was like disabling it whenever we're in those states. Where is it? Okay. So that's fine, but I just have to do that for all the other animals as well, dude. These dogs are going mental, dude. Wait, what? Oh yeah, it's fully disabled. Okay, I'm gonna disable this. Wait a minute, we already have this one. I already did that. I think I did that. I mean, I already built those, right? Well, that's nice. So you just gotta make sure you have this. Wait, no, it's just those three. It's those three. Okay. more sense if you could to only update that, like, when you know that you're calling that particular check. Because the only reason it's necessary to do that is so that we can perform range checks as part of the as part of the decision making as to which state that they're entering. So they need to have that information as to like what they're going to hunt before they actually start hunting it. But rather than it's quite efficient because we only do it if they're in a hunting party, which means it's likely that they are hunting. But it would be the most efficient if you just updated that, like, right before they were about to perform the checks as to whether they are in range of the nearest prey animal. Because that's all it is. It's basically like, if they start hunting, I mean, you could even just leave it, like, I opted not to because it didn't feel quite right for me, but you could just leave it and have them start hunting even if the animal is it's like already in range, essentially. Wouldn't take them long to realize. I think it was perhaps one of the things that kind of went into my original decision making about like constantly returning to idle and avoiding state chaining. I broke the rule eventually in some cases just to be extra confusing, right? But in the beginning I had this rule where I was like, okay, they're always going to return to idle in between every state change that they make. They'll never go from one state to another without just like going back to idle and then deciding. But in a way some stuff is kind of strange, and it's, I forget all the specifics now, like what's an example, I can't remember, but it turned out to make more sense to go directly from one state to another for some things. Probably quite a lot of things, probably quite a lot more things than I actually use it for. But that's kind of separate. That's pretty much separate from the idea of being able to enter every state from idle, or more states, maybe not every state. They're not mutually exclusive, is that the term? Am I using that right? Are they actually hunting now? Oh, well, this one is at least doing something. I might not have. That's a wolf. It might have just been defending itself, not necessarily hunting. It's hunting. They are hunting. Okay, good. Yeah, but like I say, the other way would be more efficient. But then it's like you're mashing everything together, which wouldn't be so bad if I was using more functions, I suppose, to make everything cleaner. But the way things are written now, that's like, it becomes really unreadable. It's something I've tried to avoid for that reason. I mean, it's easy when it's inside of, like, once you've already decided which state that you're switching into, then it's kind of easy, but you can do that in most cases, but some you actually need to, like, update the tracker before you make the decision. Which I just don't like. I mean, it's not that much different, is it? But I don't like it because, sorry, I got distracted. They were just like walking back and forth, but they were waiting for the other one. it's not that much different, but it's just the way that it looks right now. Is like everything's like conditions and then targeting and state switching and whatever else. And then if you start sandwiching stuff in between there, like it's just like a random, we update some random tracker in the middle of the logic that is like their decision-making logic. That's just because of the way I've written it doesn't seem good right now. But sure, if you were to make a lot of functions, everything could be every single state decision, every single set of conditions for entering any given state could be a function of its own, right? And that's probably how it should be done. It would be a lot more modular in that way. Immediately, you'd be able to reuse those functions more easily on different objects without having to copy the code, which is basically what I've been doing. I'm getting better at that now that I know about functions, but a lot of it was written before I really knew about functions. And then you also build into the function so that it looks at what type of object is calling it, and then decides exactly which object-specific code should be used. They may be hunting, but they're not having much success. Where are all the fucking deer? Jesus Christ, there's not a single one of them left. There's one. Is that a deer? Or a moose? There's two of them. What the hell has happened to all the animals? We kind of seriously killed them. It's been like 8 days. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Did we seriously kill all of the deer? Or is this a bug? It's probably not, is it? I mean, it's been a problem for a while overhunting the deer, but what? I mean, we killed most of those frickin' wolves at the start of the game. This is insane. There's like 4 of them left on the whole map. Six. What is it? 5 or 6 of them? Is that a fawn? Oh my god. That's like that might as well be a unicorn. Holy shit. Well, no wonder they can't hunt anything. Where do we have? No, it's a carpenter. I thought we had 4 hunters for a minute. I'm sure there was more deer than this. Really? We really killed them all. Part of me wants to start a new game just to find out. Between us and 2 packs of wolves, well, I guess there was a couple of these ones survived for a bit. Us and 2 packs of wolves and 4 bears, if the bears are all even still alive. See, 2 of them. We hunted like the entire deer population into extinction. How is that possible? I've been using lots of power to provide the fur that we needed. Holy shit, dude. only real option is to add more deer in the hopes they can just survive. My other options are to reduce the amount of fur needed to build stuff, lower the demand, basically, reduce how frequently things get hungry so they don't need to eat as much, so they don't hunt as much. You really can't add that many more deer without it just seeming absolutely ridiculous. This is with the addition of moose as well, which kind of in a way intended to help offset this. I mean, they provide quite a lot of fur, so if you kill a couple of moose, you don't need to kill as many deer. Throw an extra couple of herds of deer in there, but it's gonna start getting pretty insane. And I don't know if it will even help, really. I mean, I think it's gonna take a combination of the two, really. Or the three things. The reason I don't want to reduce how much fur it costs or requires to build a tent is because already is like an unrealistically low amount if you actually think about how much fur you get from each creature and the different sizes of creature and stuff, and how much fur it would actually take to build a 5-man tent. Not that I actually did any math on that. I'm just kind of going on like what you sort of would imagine. Oh my god, the lags. It's like unplayable now. It might smooth out, I don't know. I probably need to restart the stream. It's been doing this lately. It never used to do this. Was it good now? It's like just after compiling. Fucking thing sucks. A new GPU. That was the biggest mistake with this PC. A really shit GPU. Everything else is good, but it's especially considering I stream and I wanted like, I mean, didn't really think of this at the time, but now I realize I want to encode with the GPU. I mean, it's a lot of fucking deer, but I don't know if it's like too bad actually. It doesn't look wrong. exactly. Although there are a lot. And my frame rate is probably atrocious, but I don't know if that's because... well, that is... I think that's from compiling. And I need to like restart my PC. Because this is unplayable. Is the stream lagging as well, or is it just in-game? I'm guessing it would just be the game. Okay, I'm gonna restart stream.